Garcia against Jason Vargas. The Mariners come in with a 15-game losing streak, and the Yankees have just taken 2 out of 3 from the Oakland Athletics. So sit back, and when we get back, and Jack Curry, and they will take you right up until the first pitch. So stay with us on Yes. after such heat over the weekend. There was rain today. Maybe it washes away some of the heat, but it washed away about 2 hours of everybody's time as people in the stadium are waiting. And we're going to have baseball after about a 2-hour rain delay. The tarp's coming off, and we will be ready to go as tonight the Yes Network presents New York Yankees baseball. It's the New York Yankees against the Seattle Mariners in the first game of a 3-game set from Yankee Stadium in the Bronx, New York. Hello, everybody, and welcome to clubhouse for 2 hours. Do people eat? You can't eat that much. You got to play a game.
No, I'm sure the Yankee players obviously did some things to entertain themselves for a few hours. My biggest concern was always the starting pitcher, and his routine is thrown off. You know, Freddie Garcia, the veteran that he is, I'm sure he came up with a game plan that'll work out just fine.
IOTV offers incredible HD picture and sound. Get the best in HD free. IOTV is the official HD service provider of Yankees baseball on Yes. Now, along those lines, Paul, John's worried about the pitcher. You're worried about right field. You're worried about hitting. What are you doing during a 2-hour rain delay?
The only thing I want to know during a rain delay, I want a definite time. And it used to drive me crazy if they'd give you, okay, 7:45, then it got back 8:10. They give me a definite time so I can go back in the cage, get loose, get ready on your regular time schedule for the game.
When do you have to know? How much time before you have to know that we're going to start at 9:10?
Well, I mean,
you want to know by like 8:30?
Yeah, that'd be great, because then you can get, especially the new ballparks, you can get back in the cage, get some extra swings, work a sweat up, then you can go out and get your sprints in, anything you need to do. There's nothing worse than when they continually change the times. And tonight, you know, they said 9 o'clock at 8 o'clock. They told us, so they've had an hour to get ready.
Now, this series has an interesting dynamic to it as the Mariners come in with a 15-game losing streak. And John, what's the longest losing streak you ever on?
Wow. I'd say probably 10 or 11 games.
How does a player deal with it?
You know what? It gets to the point, and we talked about this with the guys in the studio, Jack and Bob, where you start feeling about, we're going to find a way to lose this game tonight. I don't know how it's going to happen in the first inning, maybe the fifth, maybe the seventh, but we're going to find a way to lose. And you really get tested mentally. You got to play 27 outs, obviously. Not going to be easy for the Mariners coming into New York.
All right, let's look at the game time weather presented by Bigelow Tea. It has been raining. It's not raining any longer. Looks like we're going to get this game in. And here are the words and the numbers. 70 degrees, humidity 86%, not much wind, and the forecast is cloudy, and there are some showers likely in our future. Now, we need it as a city, especially after the extreme heat over the weekend, but we'd like to get in a baseball game as well. So the Yankees have taken the field. And it's been Hope Week, or it's starting to be Hope Week here at the stadium. Today was the first day of Hope Week, and it's really an unbelievable initiative that the Yankees have taken. And here's Daniel Thrush, who is the guy who, I mean, we'll talk about it later with Kim, but what he does is he has music help people through tough times, physically, mentally, things like that. And Daniel Thrush is a very special guy, and he threw out the first pitch. Russell Martin was actually down on Broadway with Daniel today, and he gets a hug from him as well. And we'll talk about this throughout the week. You can't be more proud of an organization than you are of the New York Yankees and what they've done, helping people out that might not normally get that kind of attention or that moment of fame and the thrill of having these players come and see them and help them. It's really a wonderful thing that the Yankees and their players do, and we commend them for that. So it's time for baseball right now. Freddie Garcia is beginning his warm-ups, and let's take a look at the Mariners starting lineup, which is presented by HP. Ichiro Suzuki not having a great year. He's in right field leading off, batting second, the shortstop Brendan Ryan. Dustin Ackley, the second baseman, will hit third, cleaning up the catcher Miguel Olivo. Adam Kennedy, the third baseman, will bat fifth, batting sixth and DHing Mike Carp. Justin Smoke at first base, he's going to bat seventh. Batting eighth, playing center field, Franklin Gutierrez, and Greg Hallman, the left fielder, will bat ninth.
Lineup for Seattle, going to face Freddie Garcia tonight. We'll take a look at his numbers, and they are very impressive, especially the ERA at 3.21, 105 hits and 103 2/3. We'll look at our Jeep scouting report on Freddie Garcia, and he is coming off a gem in Tampa, 6 2/3 shutout baseball, 7 strikeouts, and a recipe for success for him. He's not given up a home run in 46 innings, and he also doesn't give a lot of free passes, and the bullpen has done a great job. And Freddie starts an ERA of 2.16 as a bullpen. That's the best for the New York Yankees starters.
The combination of Garcia and Colon have really helped the Yankees stay where they are. I mean, no one knew that they would be this good, this effective, and they certainly are just that. So Ichiro is ready. 268 is very odd to see him with a 268 average, but that's in fact the case, and he's going to have to really make a run out of it over this final 2 months of the season to get to 200 hits, which he's done every single year in the big leagues. So Ichiro digs in, Garcia is ready, and let's do it here in the Bronx. And the first pitch is a strike, and we're underway.
said it, Michael Ichiro. I mean, you just pencil him in 300, 200 hits every year. All of a sudden, it's just like you double take. I mean, has he been injured? No, there's some things that just haven't gone his way. His speed might have been changed a little bit. Some things are changing in his career.
331 in the first years of his career, and then doing that here this year. That's why he's 268, and it went down just a little bit more. Now let's check out the Yankees defense, brought to you by your Mercedes-Benz Tri-State dealer. You've got Gardner in left, Granderson in center, and Andrew Jones in right. Nick Swisher's the DH tonight. Nunez, Jeter, Cano, and Teixeira third and first. Russell Martin behind the plate. And Freddie Garcia is on the mound. The rain delay officially 1 hour and 57 minutes. Here's Brendan Ryan, one of the few bright spots for the Mariners, an 8-game hitting streak he brings in. And there's a ball, 14 for 36 during the streak. That's 387, overall 264. The Mariners don't hit well. They have a very low team batting average, 224. But in their last 6 games, they're at 284. Now, some of that was bolstered yesterday. They scored some runs late against Tim Wakefield and the Red Sox, but still lost the game. They've lost 15 straight. The previous high for the organization back in 1992, 14 straight. The worst American League streak back in 1988, the Orioles lost 21 in a row.
Start the season, too.
Yeah, that was right out of the gate. And then the Major League record, the 1961 Phillies lost 23 in a row. That's what gets Freddie Garcia by. Breaking balls, changing speeds, and occasionally you'll spot the fastball to set those pitches up. Now here are the streaks since 77. And you see the Orioles at 21 in a row. And 77 was when the Mariners came into existence as Ryan swings and misses.
Again, I mean, you see all kind of movement, and that's the thing about the split finger. You see it kind of knuckle. That ball didn't drop. A lot of them dropped. That one kind of sailed up and in. So it's, you see Chris Shamlin's looking on thinking, oh, here we go again. two batters, 2 strikeouts.
Former Yankee hitting coach, former Yankee player, and now the batting coach for the Mariners. Here's Dustin Ackley, and he is one of the bright spots for the Mariners, hitting 297. And if you're a major league player, that means that you're probably the best from your city or your town your whole life. And you probably just look at it as a foreign object. 15 losses in a row, it's hard to take. And that's what the Mariners are dealing with. They're also dealing with going down 1-2-3 against Freddie Garcia. Mariners nothing. And the New York Yankees coming to bat against Jason Vargas. Vargas, and the Yankees starting lineup is presented by HP. Yankees 59-40. They lead off their captain, the shortstop Derek Jeter. Curtis Granderson in center will bat second. Batting third, playing first base, Mark Teixeira. Robinson Cano at second base will clean up. Batting fifth and DHing, Nick Swisher. Russell Martin will catch, he'll bat sixth. Batting seventh, playing right field, Andrew Jones. Eduardo Nunez at third base, he'll hit eighth. And batting ninth, playing left field, Brett Gardner.
The lineup for the Yankees going to face lefty Jason Vargas. We'll take a look at his numbers on the year. Pretty respectable at an ERA under 4, 3.94. Only 125 hits and 130 in the third innings. We'll look at our Jeep pitcher scouting report. On a little bad stretch right now. Has lost 3 in a row and only went 3 innings his last outing against the Blue Jays. And usually struggles in the month of July through his career, an ERA over 6. Might want to stay away from Robinson Cano. 8 for 12, a batting average of .667 against Vargas.
And he'll face Derek Jeter. Derek hitting .271 overall, but since coming up the DL, he's hit .318 with a .384 on base percentage, with 1 home run and 6 doubles in 16 games. More recently, 5 for his last 10, 7 for his last 22.
Flash, I know. If you're Jason Vargas, you got to know coming into this game, all right, they shut us down like that. We've lost 15 in a row. I better shut these Yankees down for a few innings to let my team get in the rhythm of the game. You get down 3 or 4-0 in the first 3 innings, you're starting to look to tomorrow.
The Mariners, before the 15 losses in a row, were a 500 team, a couple of games out of first place, and they have played themselves out of the race completely.
It's strange to lose 15 in a row when you have guys like Felix Hernandez, Pineda, who's an all-star.
Fly ball left field. Hallman is there. And there's one away. 43 and 43, 2.5 games back. Things are going great under Eric Wedge. Last 15 games, they've lost them all, and now they're 14.5 games back in the AL West. So in 2 weeks, your season is essentially over.
I was lucky enough to play with Eric Wedge in the minor leagues and in the big leagues a little bit with the Boston Red Sox, and you see the difference. That's what 15 in a row will do. You start shaving, trying to change things. Saturday night he shaved, didn't work out. And you guys know Eric. I mean, he's an intense guy. He was an intense manager with the Cleveland Indians. He was actually pretty relaxed today. He kind of surprised me. 15 in a row, and he just said, hey, you got to find a way to get through it, and we'll keep working. We're a young team.
And I'll tell you what, that brings back memories, because we were in L.A. when I was early in my career in Cincinnati. We had lost something 4 or 5 games in a row. Ron Oster, our second baseman, comes into the ballpark bald. I mean, he didn't stay with his mustache. He went bald. I mean, just took it all off. And I'm just thinking to myself as a young player, my God, is this what we all got to do if we lose a few games here?
And I'm sure that some of the people in the Mariners promotion office were a little shocked that Eric Wedge decided to get rid of the mustache, because they have a marketing campaign and T-shirts and things like that in Seattle. Fear the stash. Well, the stash is gone. Nothing to fear anymore. Foul back. Granderson won for his last 11, but he had a home run off Gio Gonzalez yesterday. It was his 11th home run against a lefty. So 11 of his 27 home runs are against lefties. He has more home runs against left-handed pitchers than any player in the game. In fact, his 11 home runs and 29 RBIs against lefties, that's leading the major leagues in both categories. The last left-handed hitter to do that, Darryl Strawberry for the 1988 Mets. His previous high against left-handed pitchers was 5 home runs. 3-2. Grounded foul.
It's funny how times change. I mean, the beginning of last year, he came in here, got off to kind of a tough start, and it was almost to the point where, everybody questioned, is he going to be able to handle lefties, or is he going to have to sit down off tough lefties? And Flash, it all has to do with his front shoulder right here. He has learned to keep that front shoulder in on lefties, and he's quick enough to still get to the fastball. It's been his success against lefties.
And he walks with one out. Let's take a look at the Seattle defense, brought to you by your Mercedes-Benz Tri-State dealer. This is what they put behind Vargas. You've got Hallman, Gutierrez, who can go get him with anybody in center field, and Ichiro Suzuki in right, great arm, obviously. Infield, Kennedy, Ryan, Ackley, and Smoke. That's third to first. Olivo behind the plate, and Vargas is on the mound. Here's Mark Teixeira. Pitch is high. Vargas faced the Yankees on May 29th this year and went 3 innings, 5 hits, and he allowed 6 earned runs. Walked 4, Yankees won that game 7-1. Lebo wants to talk with Vargas.
Vargas to me looks a lot like Cahill for Oakland. We saw the first time. Not overpowering, pretty successful against other teams, but it's going to be very hard for him to get through the Yankee lineup 2 or 3 times because he doesn't have one pitch that he can stick with to get guys out. He doesn't throw hard enough to get the ball in, and he doesn't have a good enough curveball all the time to strike guys out with.
The 2-0. Foul back. Tonight's closed captioning brought to you by Verizon Wireless.
Well, that's going to be the pitch right there, the changeup for Vargas. And I noticed against Granderson, he was throwing a lot of changeups left on left, and you just don't see that a whole lot. We're used to seeing it here with a right-handed batter, down and away, pretty decent change.
Foul back.
Look at that split, though, Paul. 88 miles an hour with the fastball, 81 miles an hour on a changeup. It's not a true Bugs Bunny change that's going to get you out on your front foot. You better be pretty good with location.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, when you're topping out at 88, 89 as a hitter, you can almost not be scared of that fastball because you know you can get to it.
2-2. Hammered foul. Last 3 starts, 0-3, 6.35. And the previous 6 before that, 3-2, 2.28. And that was the strength of the Mariners. They could pitch. Now, they hadn't been a good hitting team all year, but they could pitch. Now their pitching has matched up with their hitting, and that's why they've lost all these games.
You know, Bob Lorenz asked us what we did during the break, and you said we sat up here and talked. You're throwing stats all over the place.
That one is drilled deep to left field. There it goes. A monster blast into the second deck by Mark Teixeira. And the Yankees lead 2-0.
Teixeira hit a grand slam the other night, left-handed. Tonight you see ball supposed to be in, doesn't end up in, end up away. He just does not have good enough stuff to miss on location that much. And again, boom, 2-0. Seattle Mariners down again.
Let's take a look at the Coors Light cold hard blast, and it was. Second deck, it's hard to reach out there and left, but he did. It didn't stay in there, but it started there. 27th home run, now has 74 runs batted in. Here's Robinson Cano.
All right, you know the doubts are already starting to creep in Seattle. Here we go. Lost 15 in a row. Down 2-0, 1 out in the first inning.
Grounded, foul outside of first.
Mike, we've seen some long home runs, and this is the fourth game we've been together in this homestand. Flash, you missed the other day. I don't know if you saw it on replay. Nick Swisher. Michael said he dotted the I up on the upper deck facade. Second deck in left field tonight. Warm weather. It's cooled off a little bit, but that warm weather, boy, really carries.
Right in on the fist, popped up to short. Brendan Ryan is there for the second one.
Vargas makes a good pitch there. Robbie Cano got behind in the count, 2 strikes. And as a left-hander, you obviously have to cover away. So he's supposed to hit in, and he gets the ball in there.
Here's Nick Swisher. There's a strike. Grounded, just foul. If you're wondering when the opponent scores first against Seattle this year, Seattle 17 and 41.
Is that real good?
That's not good. The 0-2. 1-2.
I was saying, Michael, we were up here during that rain delay talking. We've got all kind of stats coming up on the screen here. You can see everybody's been busy during this rain delay.
That's why you got to stay tuned. You got to wait through it for 2 hours. Listen to Bob and
just
Jack.
plow through it.
Absolutely, we did. The 1-2. Grounded to short. Ryan will get it done across the diamond, and that'll do it. But the Yankees do get the do against a struggling team. Jump on them early. And they did it with Mark Teixeira's monster 2-run blast to left. Nick Swisher likes it. So do the Yankees as a team. They lead 2-0. Do you think Ichiro will have more than or fewer than 3,000 hits in his major league career? You can text your vote to 58772. Standard text messaging rates apply. 1, you think he's going to have more than 3,000. 2, fewer. This is his 11th season, and he comes into the game with 2,356 hits. Here's Miguel Olivo. And there's a strike.
You know, it's funny. If you'd have asked me that on opening day this year, it would have been a very easy answer. But now, you know, there's some doubt when you see as big a drop-off as you've seen this year. It ain't fun.
You know, my thought is he can just hit ground balls all over the infield and get hits. I mean, it should be easy. Now they're saying the ground balls he hits the other way, there aren't those infield hits anymore that he used to have.
Grounded to third, Nunez. And there's one away. Let's take a look now at the Mariners team scouting report brought to you by Dunkin' Donuts.
Well, we've talked about it, record breakers all night. This is they're 0-15, the franchise record in their last 15 games. They're hitting some homers, though. They've hit 6 consecutive games, total of 9 home runs. And deal makers, question mark, are they going to make some deals? Are they going to be a team that gets rid of some, possibly King Felix, League out in the bullpen, guys that could really help some contending teams?
League is a guy that I would be intrigued by. You know, he's got a great power arm at the end of the bullpen. Closing games for the Mariners, probably go somewhere to set up. Good addition to any bullpen.
Now you bring in a closer who's willing to go back a step into the the setup role and not have the ego problem with it, and you can go to a good team and really help.
1-1 to Adam Kennedy. Fouled away. Did you see, John, how Paul O'Neill, I mean, he just caught an example of why Paul O'Neill was great.
Yeah.
Because he's doing the Dunkin' Donuts scouting report.
Flustered. Go ahead. Go ahead, Mr. Story.
I'm grabbing stuff here. I'm trying to get notes together. I knocked his phone over. Never skipped a beat.
No,
Did you see
just
that?
kept talking. I was worried about my razor was going overboard or something.
And that's an antique, too. You can't replace that. the last cell phone made that actually accepts coins.
I know one thing, Flash, we've been talking about it the last couple of days. I tried to send Michael a picture, but my phone won't do that. So I had to use my daughter's phone at dinner the other night to send a picture, and then I texted him afterwards, so we got a two-part thing, and I got him in trouble at the movie theater.
Lady says, you're disturbing me looking at that during the movie.
You should have the phone
That
off.
sounds like a side phone
They tell you
episode.
to turn the phones off.
Well, the ringer was off. And she's enjoying some texting. The 2-2. Grounded left side. Backhanded by Jeter. Off balance throw to first.
Oh my gosh, I'll tell you right now, this is the second time I think we're going to see a replay, Michael. Derek Jeter got the benefit of the doubt against Oakland. I think he got another one here.
Let's see. Ooh, I think you might be right. Yep, you are right. Same play against Oakland.
Exact same
they got it
play.
wrong. This is the first base umpire, Bob Davidson.
This is what happens when you're 0-15. You get the bad calls. I think Bob knows that he just missed that. I always wonder that about umpires. Do they think, I got that right 100%, or are they just...
They're saying, ooh, that could have went either way. That's balking Bob Davidson, though. He's just waiting for a balk at some point tonight. We'll get that.
Now, one of the more famous blown calls was the one where Armando Galarraga of the Tigers had the perfect game. Jim Joyce blew the call. They now have a book out together.
So
They wrote a book together. See, there's harmony in this world.
I was just wondering, though, and Galarraga, he's taken it so well. I mean, even from the first press conference that he did, it'd be kind of hard to, I mean, first of all, you do give him the benefit of the doubt, but as it goes on and you think what you lost, it's kind of hard to be your best friend and write a book with, right?
Well, you know Jimmy Joyce, though. I mean, one of the best. The best in the game, one of the nicest guys. I mean, I think if any umpire is going to get a pass from a player, it's probably going to be him.
Writing a book with it was more than a pass. The 2-2. Grounded softly to first. Teixeira will take it himself. Beats Clark to the bag, and that will do it. 6 up, 6 down against Freddie Garcia. We go to the bottom of the second. It's 2-0 Yanks. Kia.com, by 1800 Tequila, and by Blimpie, America's Sub Shop. We go to the bottom of the second inning. Mark Teixeira's 2-run home run in the first has given the Yankees a 2-0 lead. Here is Russell Martin. I know it's late because of the hour and 57-minute rain delay, but I want to send out birthday wishes to a buddy of mine, Lenny Toby, 12 years old. Little Lenny, because his dad is the guy who runs everything outside, one of the great New York policemen that are outside Yankee Stadium, and Little Lenny's been up in the booth, and today's his 12th birthday. And happy birthday, buddy.
When you were 12?
That's a big one, 12.
Yeah, because you're still in Little League.
Yeah,
That's a great time of life right there.
Swing and a miss. Count 2-1.
His dad does a great job out in the streets directing crowd. You should see it, Paul. When Michael Kay leaves, Lenny Toby, it's like the parting of the seas. It's just like it's all the traffic out of the way. Michael scoots onto the estate, wherever that is.
Not true. I see Michael go out, go left, everybody parts. I'm going right, lost in the Bronx. I have no clue where I'm going. Last year was even worse. I walked out in the garage to get in the car, and here I am getting in the car, like, look up, and here's a poster size of Michael Kay on the wall. Did you make it there in the parking garage, didn't you?
It took a lot of time to put him up by myself. Those posters are for the radio show you like.
Gets me caught up to date between Westchester and I. By the time I leave my hotel from Westchester to get to the ballpark, I feel I know everything in sports.
1050 ESPN, 3 to 7. Monday through Friday.
3 to 7?
Yeah.
Is that the time?
3 to 7. Here's the 3-2. Dribbled slowly to third. Right there is Kennedy. Low throw, and Smoke picks it out for the first out.
Well, Adam Kennedy, a natural second baseman from the old days in Anaheim. Moved over to third base. A new young prospect up playing second base. I was on the couch downstairs in Robbie's office as I watch another baseball being thrown out of the game, and I just happened to think, how many baseballs are used in the game? And, you know, he kind of thought about it and gave me a couple numbers. And we're going to go by dozens. Give me a number.
Average game.
Average game.
7 dozen.
I'd say 4 dozen.
10 to 12 dozen. That's just for the game. And you're talking another 10 to 15 dozen in batting practice. It just shows you the number of baseballs, and it's changed so much because every ground ball now, every ball in the dirt, everything, every ball is thrown out. And in the old days, a ball could last a whole inning if a guy had a good inning, you know?
Nice kind of effort he puts into this, John.
You know,
it's good stuff.
Looking back, I had the, let's see, Andrew Jones swinging that well. Hit a home run the other day. I had the longest talk with Mariano probably since I played. Just sitting down there on the couch, and all of a sudden, you know, next thing you know, we were talking about 97 and talking about 99 and 2000. And he still had, you know, kind of that sparkle in his eye that he did back then. And it's just so cool for me to just see him out there still doing the same thing, as great as he is, but still had, you know, the great memories as I do of the late 90s. It was neat.
The 2-2, swing and a miss. As Jones down on strikes. So 2 down. That's going to bring up Eduardo Nunez. Low and inside. Eric Chavez very close to coming back. And he is going to be valuable if he even approaches what he did while healthy early in the season. The only thing that's ever derailed him in his career is his health. He can really play. Gold Glove winning third baseman. And he's just been beset by injuries. Away.
Well, obviously, with Alex on the disabled list, I mean, it'd be a welcome return to get out there and play a little third base. But I'm sure Joe Girardi's going to have to be careful. I mean, a guy who hasn't played a full season in years, you know, you can't just throw him back out there at third base and play him every day.
High fly ball. right center. Gutierrez is there, and he's going to put it away as the Yankees are retired in order. 1, 2, 3. We're going to go to the third here at the stadium. Yankees lead Seattle 2-0 right here on Yes. Scoreboard, Yankees lead 2-0. Now, we know the Yankee organization is about winning championships, 27 of them, but what they've done over the last couple of years with this Hope Week initiative is something to be as proud of as the championships, and we'll bring in our very own Kimberly Jones. Hope Week, the Yankees go out into the community and honor people that have gone above and beyond. And who is today's Hope Week honoree, Kim?
Well, Michael, it's off to a rousing start. Today's honoree, Daniel Trush, who's 27 years old and is truly a survivor. When he was 12, he had 5 undiagnosed aneurysms in his brain, 1 burst, resulting in a 30-day coma and a hospital stay of nearly a year. While doctors weren't optimistic, his family was hearing nothing of it. His parents, Ken and Nancy, were committed to helping their son not only survive, but thrive, and they did so with music. Ken sang to his son every single day. A bedside stereo played tunes meant to inspire and to heal, and indeed, he has made a remarkable recovery. Daniel Trush is committed to music even now. He knows how important it can be in one's life.
All right, let's talk about, as you saw Justin Smoke just double to open up the inning. Let's talk about today's event. Where was it and what happened?
Well, 5 years ago, Daniel and his family founded Daniel's Foundation, Music Foundation, and the intent is to help others learn that music can inspire. Today it certainly did. The members of Daniel's Musical Foundation on Broadway at Brooks Atkinson Theater, about 1,000 people packed the building to see their performance. Yankees Nick Swisher, Chris Dickerson, Francisco Cervelli, and Russell Martin took part, and it was a great time had by all. Susan Waldman was the MC of the event, and she told Russell Martin, "You're spending a little bit of your time here today. These folks will remember this forever." Daniel told me that the presentation and the performance of his song, Daniel's Thank You Song, was most meaningful to him. There was also a performance of the Backstreet Boys' Larger Than Life. Swisher and Cervelli took part, and Martin says that Cervelli can carry a tune, and Swisher was very comfortable with the Backstreet Boys choreography, but all proof that everyone there to have a good time and to support these people, some of whom are blind, some are afflicted with paralysis or cerebral palsy, some have Down syndrome, but they were all there to listen to music and be inspired by it, and by all accounts, everyone was.
And today, and before the game, we were all blown away by the performance of the national anthem. Kim, it was exhilarating.
A new bar has been set for the anthem at Yankee Stadium, Michael. The bongo drum and the voices and the enthusiasm were unparalleled. smiles all around, and at the end you could tell they were as proud of themselves as this crowd was, and they received a rousing ovation. That was a moment I think everyone will remember for a long time.
All right, Kim, where does Daniel's Music Foundation go from here?
Well, they have grown from a one class of 5 people to 150 people strong. The classes are held in an Upper East Side studio. And Ken told me today, Daniel's father, that the Yankees' gift of $10,000 will fund 2 classes for an entire year. So not only is Daniel's Music Foundation surviving, it too is thriving and growing. And the family could not be happier. The Trush family, all smiles. Ken said, this is like our Super Bowl. And then he reconsidered and said, maybe I should say our World Series.
Franklin Gutierrez lines one to left field. It's a base hit. Justin Smoke will stop at third. The throw comes into Freddie Garcia. And the Mariners have runners on first and third with nobody out. So they are threatening for the first time tonight. Now, what I've always been amazed about with Hope Week, Kim, is that players guard their free time very, very closely. Off days are important to them. The afternoons of a night game are very important to them. But none of them would rather do anything else other than to do this. And this has happened for the last 2 years. And you mentioned today, Martin, Swisher, Cervelli, Dickerson, they go there. They're not prodded by the Yankees. They want to take part in this.
Well, and in Martin and Dickerson, Michael, you have 2 men taking part in Hope Week for the first time. Both told me they were touched. They were blown away. They weren't exactly sure what to expect. Martin ended up playing the bongo drums. It sounds from talking to Dickerson like he had a very long conversation with Daniel Trush, and a good time had by all, but also one that meant a lot to them. Nick Swisher looked at me, shook his head, and simply said, it gives you every bit of perspective you would need. And by the way, there were about 6 performances on the stage. It closed with a rousing rendition of New York, New York. I'm told that Francisco Cervelli was backstage having his own concert and really entertaining and being entertained by some of the folks who are members of the foundation. So they do what we see, and they do some of it behind the scenes as well. And you're right, Michael, they all look forward to it as they are looking forward to Hope Week activities all week long.
Well, great stuff, Kim. Thank you so much. A great story with Daniel Trush, and we thank you for sharing it with us.
Thank you, Michael.
All right, we'll talk to Kim a little bit later on the postgame. Hallman pops one up, and Nunez is there. They got the out they needed, as that keeps Smoke at third, and now a double play could get Garcia out of the jam. Here's Daniel Trush with the first pitch, and he is on the left, and this is right before the game. He throws out the first pitch to Russell Martin, and a very emotional moment at the stadium, and this is a very special person. As Kim said, 30 days in a coma, and they're playing music. Doctors didn't have much hope, and he came out of the coma, and now he's a productive member of society and trying to help others. So just an amazing story, and another great story on another year of Hope Week that just begins tonight.
He was down playing the Yankee organ earlier.
Yeah, he was.
Looked right at home back there.
Runners on the corners, 1 man out. Here's Suzuki. Top of the third inning, Yankees lead 2-0. Pitch outside. Justin Smoke double to right center to open the inning. Then Gutierrez, who's really been struggling, hitting 192, single to left. And that puts runners on first and third. But Hallman popped up to Nunez for the first out. That's where they are right now.
I think any other year with Suzuki, you'd say, well, there's no way you're going to double this guy up. He runs too well. But we're hearing they slow down a little bit. Possibility of a double play if you make a pitch.
Ichiro 37 now. And the only undefeated player that we know is Father Time. So 37, you're supposed to slow down. The 2-0. Lofted into center field deep. Going back is Granderson. He'll make the play. Tagging is Smoke. He will score. It's a sac fly for Ichiro. And the Mariners are on the board. Yankees lead 2-1.
Ichiro gets the job done. Looks like a little slider, supposed to be backdoor. It ends up middle of the plate. Still that classic Ichiro swing. Good extension. Gets the Mariners on board.
see, I mean, even Ichiro, it just, everything looks like gloom over there. There's no emotion, there's no smiles, there's no nothing, and that's what you bring to the ballpark. I mean, when you've lost 15 in a row, hey, the 15th game you lost yesterday is over with. You have to bring some kind of excitement about going out, but you can see guys are just walking around, and it just it weighs on you. And anybody, even you go through a slump as a player or a team, it's very hard to leave the past behind you.
There's Brendan Ryan, and a count now 0-2. Ryan struck out in the first game.
Ryan's kept his stash. You see that, Michael? It's like the 1970s version there.
Yep. In the dirt, runner's going to go for second and throw to second in time as Martin gets Gutierrez trying to advance to second on the ball in the dirt. And Eric Wedge is going, not a great play. The Mariners are on the board, though. They score 2 hits, and nobody left on base. We go to the bottom of the third. Yankees lead 2-1. Yankees Universe rookie member receive a limited edition Derek Jeter bobblehead. Members also receive the other items offered in the rookie package, including a Yankees Universe t-shirt and a customized membership card. Join Yankees Universe today by calling 800-GO-YANKS or by visiting Yankees.com/universe. Now, that final out of the top of the third, you see the Lincoln scoreboard 2-1 Yanks, is not considered or scored a caught stealing. He was just caught 2-4 trying to advance on a ball in the dirt. That's a lot to write in your scorebook, but it is not a caught stealing.
I always thought it was, and I agree with Gutierrez here. I mean, you have to try to steal this base. Ball in the dirt, 2 outs. Russell Martin just made a great throw, a great play. And Flash, you know as well as I do, when that ball's in dirt, it's 50-50. You can find it that quick.
It's a great base running attempt right there, because I don't think people realize how hard of a play it is to block a baseball, regroup, and make an accurate throw to second base. Usually you see that ball sail wide a little bit. A nice pick by Robinson Cano.
Like, was that a rule change? Because I always thought that was caught stealing.
No,
it's always been that way.
It's always been that way. Popped up. Ryan is there. Now, what's interesting is if you see the ball in the dirt and Brendan Ryan's at the plate, Brendan Ryan is not telling Gutierrez to go because he knows the ball didn't roll that far away. So both of you guys are saying it's a good base running maneuver, but Ryan didn't wave him over.
No, I mean, as you're leading off from first base, you're trying to read the pitch, and when you see a slow going into the dirt, you go. Because the catcher still has to block it, find it, pick it up, I mean, I'm going right there. I mean, it
Watch
just so
Ryan.
happens
He's holding
that,
him up.
that ball just bounced right there. 9 out of 10 times it's going to roll away a little bit. Or, as Flash said,
you don't make a good throw.
Your throw's going to be off a little bit.
That one is driven out to right field. And deep. Going back Ichiro on the track. At the wall. See ya. Home run. Derek Jeter. Yankees lead 3-1.
You see a little brawl out there, but you see who came up with the ball.
Little Jeter did. Little A-Rod did.
Little A-Rod. Derek Jeter gets a ball away, and I mean, when he's scoring well, this is the pitch he hits. Right out over the plate. Talked about how the ball's carrying. Derek Jeter can still do that to right center field. Good sound to it, huh, Flash?
Yeah.
Jeter's 4th home run of the year. And those two little guys were battling for that ball. Count 2-1. 30th ribby for Jeter. That one is drilled to right field. That's going to be a base hit, and it's going to bounce up against the wall as Granderson gets himself a double.
We talked about it first time up. Granderson's success against lefty is why you stay in there. You see this ball in, keeps that shoulder in, gets beat a little bit, jammed a little bit, but good swing. Good enough to drive it down the line for a double.
What you like about that, Paul? I mean, he didn't hook it. You know, that tells you that the swing path was pretty good. He was able to keep it fair. A lot of times you see a hitter out front a little bit or hook it foul.
That's what happens when you fly open. You'll hit the ball harder, but you will. You'll pull it foul, you'll hook it foul. There's nothing worse than hitting the ball hard and hooking it and not keeping it fair.
Here's Mark Teixeira, 2-run home run, his first time up, his 27th of the year. High fly ball, left field. Hallman is there, coming in, still coming in, and make the play for the second out. Let's check out the league leaders, brought to you by the HP touchpad. Everybody on. Let's see what's on the touchpad. It's the American League home run leaders. Now Mark Teixeira with his 27th ties his teammate Curtis Granderson for second place behind Jose Bautista of the Blue Jays, who has 31. Now Granderson scored on Teixeira's home run in the first inning. That was his league leading, major league leading, 89th run. And the next closest player is Jose Bautista, and he has 76 runs entering tonight. Foul back. That is a comfortable lead right there. And Robinson Cano can get him in, and it's 90. Nice even number. The 0-1. Ground ball up the middle. Ryan is there, and that'll do it here in the third. But the Yankees get a run on 2 hits, no errors, and 1 man left. The big blow off the bat of Derek Jeter, a Jeterian swing. He goes the other way over the leaping try of Ichiro. Little A-Rod gets the ball, and the Yankees get a 3-1 lead. Golfers Quitline quiz. Which two pitchers won 2 games each in the 2000 ALCS between the Yankees and the Mariners? O'Neill, you played in that. Ryan pops it up. Long run for Teixeira, and he makes the play. Gold Glove caliber play right there for the first out.
Mark Teixeira, the batting average not where we're used to seeing it, but he brings his Gold Glove every day. Actually had a little bit more room over there by the ball than he thought he had. A Rio TV super shot. Love the fans' reaction.
See, he did the thing right. Kept out of the way, let him catch the ball.
A line drive, base hit to right center. Diving stop by Andrew Jones, but Atley's going for 2, and he'll make it.
Talk to Seattle people. This is the one guy that they like to talk about. Things he's doing at the plate. There's not too much they want to talk about these days, but there's a couple bright spots.
You know, he gets called up and spends about 3 or 4 days down on the lineup, and then immediately right into the number 3 spot in the lineup, and he has done nothing but lay out line drive since he's been here.
So do you know the quiz today?
I know our side. I'm trying to think about their side.
There's one with each.
Right.
The Yankees had 2 wins and the Mariners as well. Olivo pops it up sky high. Gardner calls off Jeter and makes the play for the second out. Hey, little update. Soriano pitched today for Scranton Wilkes-Barre, second day, and scoreless inning. And Scranton Times-Tribune beat writer Donnie Collins tweeted, Soriano said he's feeling much better, leaving for New York tonight, and expects to be activated Wednesday or Friday. His line, 1 inning, no hits, and 1 strikeout. Now, he pitched 2 nights in a row, so it might not make sense to activate him for tomorrow's game. But maybe they have activated him on Wednesday. And that could be construed as a big-time trade. Imagine if somebody said, hey, the Yankees just acquired the guy who led the American League in saves last year. You say, well, that's a good deal. Well, they've already got him on the roster, but he's been hurt. And they're also looking at the activation of Chavez as picking up a big-time left-handed bat. We'll see how it works out. The 0-1.
You know, Michael, in the old days, and I hate to say it, it was like if the Yankees did something, the Red Sox did something. And if the Red Sox did something, then the Yankees felt like they needed to. And making moves just to make moves isn't always the right thing. And I agree with you. When you're bringing Soriano back, you bring Chavez back tomorrow. I mean, you're bringing players in. It's like trading for players when you're bringing quality guys in that you know that have done it before.
And the Yankees were hoping that they would be acquiring a big-time pitcher in Phil Hughes, who certainly struggled his last time out on Friday night against the A's, but we'll see how he pitches Wednesday against King Felix. And here's the numbers about Soriano that he did against Syracuse. He threw 11 pitches. Joe Girardi said they want him to pitch back-to-back, but they also want to see an effective pitcher, a guy who's doing what he's supposed to do. Today he was quite effective. 1-2. Foul back. Runner at second, 2 outs. Yankees lead 3-1. We're in the top of the 4th. Previous pitch, you have to duck. Right at you. Wow.
Right off your couch.
Grounded to first. Mark Teixeira right there, and that'll do it. Teixeira has been great on this homestand defensively. He has written a glove story in these first 4 games. Flash in the leather, proving that glove is a many splendored thing. That's how you get a Gold Glove, and that's how you lead 3-1 going to the bottom of the fourth. Line quiz. Which two pitchers won 2 games each in the 2000 ALCS between the Yankees and the Mariners? So who's the Yankee pitcher?
I think it's Andy Pettit. I remember him winning game 1, so they had to win. Like I said, it wasn't Andy Pettit. I figured it was Freddie Garcia because he was pitching tonight.
Duque. Here's Nick Swisher. There's a strike.
Did you hear when we went away from the inning what he went through? That play. This
story?
Man has been on a roll. Yesterday, I got to tell you this. I stood up, and I'm going to watch the pitch on the monitor, and all of a sudden, and Mariano throws one for a strike. And the ball has not even been thrown yet. I thought we were on a tape delay. So after the inning, I'm like, Michael, are we on a delay here? He's like, no, I don't know what happened. I just called it. It was a strike right down the middle. I don't know what happened.
It was halfway to home plate.
Oh, you just read it halfway.
Oh, I could read it, sure. I saw the seams, too.
I've never seen that done in my life.
I'm glad when I could shock Paul.
Wow.
Here's the 0-2 to Swisher. Pitch outside.
I was thinking, like, man, I better not comment what's on the monitor because I'm like 5 seconds behind.
3-1 Yankees. And then Vargas deals. Pitches low.
Mariano had to work hard yesterday, huh? 4-out save.
You know, I said it many times, and he's not used to being in that situation. He gave up 3 or 4 hits. They weren't hard. One ball was hit hard. Most of them were jam shots. But, you know, on the couch today with Mo and I were on the couch, that would bring me in there flash. He said every once in a while, you know, you're good. Sometimes you got to get lucky. The ball wasn't hit hard. It ended up being a double play. That ball could fall in on given days. So, yeah, you know, Mariano is such on even keel. He understands the game so well.
Wait a minute, Paul. He said that double play ball wasn't hit hard?
No, that ball was jammed.
Oh, that one was hit.
Yeah,
the other ones.
There was a couple balls that Matsui got jammed, and then the ball that was hit, the double play, that wasn't hit on the barrel. That ball was a jam shot.
Really?
Yeah. The ball that hit hard was to left field, right-hander earlier in the inning. But then Matsui got a broken bat hit. We go through the whole inning, Michael. Is that what you're trying to do?
No, not at all, because I thought that ball was hit hard. All right, we'll take a look. And we'll let John be
exactly.
the
now we got
tiebreaker.
somebody. We need the sound.
I remember this yesterday because that was the one inning of the game that I watched. That was my research getting ready for today.
A little prep, right?
Yeah, a little prep work.
That's all it takes when you're in Flash's booth.
Oh, he could not handle it. Kennedy couldn't. Off his glove, so Russell Martin reaches. He'll make the turn and head back to first. We'll see how they scored. Ball was hit hard and ate him up. All right, here's the last out. And let's listen, and then, John, you tell us if it's hit hard.
Time.
It's a looping line drive.
Thank you.
All right.
I mean, Mark Teixeira had a little hesitation there.
I stand corrected.
It's a line drive.
But I thought it was hit much harder. You're right, Paul. Mariano was right.
Thank you.
Well, Mariano says it. That's true.
That's right.
You never question that guy.
That scored an E5 as Martin reaches. Here's Andrew Jones. What else was said on this couch? This is a big-time discussion, you and Mo.
It was a long discussion because there was no batting practice. Like I said, we were all the way back into 1996. We went through all the years.
Did he tell you his favorite moment?
He did tell me that he enjoyed a few years better than others, but I'm not getting into it.
Oh, great. A little secret.
What stays in the clubhouse or says in the club stays there still, Michael.
All right. Count 0-2. Swing and a miss by Jones. I'm going to show you something. I'm a big musical guy, Paul. See this guy?
Is that the guy from the Roots?
Yes.
Attaboy.
Questlove.
I saw him down there before the game. I'm like, is that the guy from the Roots?
How
He's
did
a
you
drummer.
know that?
Because every once in a while I watch Jimmy Fallon and I see him back there drumming.
Questlove from the Roots.
I didn't know his name. Questlove?
Questlove.
Questlove. Flash yesterday, he dropped One-Eyed Lucy on me. What was her name?
Lisa Left-Eyed.
Yeah, Lucy Left. Because Andrew Jones only had one black strip on his eye.
Slow roller. Do they make the play at first? No, they don't. And Vargas said he got to the bag. And he's talking things over with Bob Davidson, but everybody's safe. Here comes Eric Wedge.
This play looked like trouble right from the get-go, and you're seeing here a little defensive problems for the Mariners in the inning. Smoke thought about second, goes to first.
Wow.
Like Vargas got on the bag.
Let's see if his heel came down. It's hard to see. That's not hard to see. He's out. Great replay. So Bob has missed 2 at first base so far.
No, every once in a while you get off to a tough night. You're 0 for 2, but you got to get a couple more shots at it.
That was a hard call, though.
Oh, it's a bang call. That one wasn't as obvious as the first one, obviously.
Did they score that a hit?
I assume it's got to be a hit, right?
It could be.
Yeah, I mean, they made a decision to go to second, but the ball was never thrown. I mean, that's time is. Yeah, I don't think.
Looks like they gave a hit.
You guys know I played on some bad teams in Tampa, and I'm having like some flashbacks now because these extra outs that you give a good club. I mean, you're always out on the field saying there's no way we're going to be able to get through this inning. After there should be out of the inning right now, Vargas.
Lofted into right center, giving chase. Gutierrez on the run. He can't make the play. Martin round third. He's coming home. He will score. It's an RBI single for Nunez. And the Yankees lead 4-1 as Jones moves to third.
Well, Nunez makes the Mariners and Eric Wedge's club pay a little bit. A couple of plays that should have been made in this inning. Nice piece of hitting right here. A little fastball or cutter inside. He doesn't try to pull it, stays inside the baseball. The only question with Gutierrez at center fielder, the Gold Glover from last year, would he be able to cover the ground and make the play? He could not, and it's a base hit and RBI. A great read by Martin off of second base, kind of went halfway. Was able to score after the little bobble.
So now the Mariners have to bring the infield in to try to cut off the run because they figure they can't double up Gardner. Otherwise, you just play for the double play. Pitch outside. Gardner in a little bit of a slide after his hot streak, 1 for his last 10 after the pop up to short in the third. It's so fleeting when you're on a roll. Something could click in that puts you on the roll. He hit 10 straight, and then a couple of tough luck outs, and all of a sudden you get yourself into a slump. You might inadvertently change things. Grounded past the diving Smoke and into right field. Scoring is Jones. Nunez is going to go to third. It's an RBI single for Gardner, and the Yankees lead 5-1.
Brett these nights where he's able to get out against a lefty and really try to show Joe Girardi that he can play against lefties. We talked about Vargas. I mean, with his fastball, he has to pretty much be perfect trying to get this ball in. Brett Gardner quick enough to drill it to right field. Just out of the reach.
And that brings Carl Willis, the pitching coach, out to the mound. Carl worked with Eric Wedge in Cleveland as well.
Just imagine that talk out there right now, and about every third word you can't understand because Carl Willis's accent from the Carolinas is so thick. One of the nicest guys I've ever played with. He has got the thickest accent.
That's going to bring up Derek Jeter. Last time up, a home run the other way. His 4th home run of the year, his 30th run batted in. Derek has the average up to 273. Before Derek got hurt, there was so much concern that whatever he was hitting was very light. It was single oriented. In fact, in his first 62 games before the injury and going on the DL, he had 12 extra base hits. Well, the home run was his 8th extra base hit over his last 17 games since being activated.
Great situation right here for Derek Jeter, looking at Robbie Thompson, third base coach, for a sign. Speed on the bases. Gardner and Nunez first and third. Infield playing about halfway up the middle.
Runner goes and Jeter fouls away. Now, John, let me ask you about the advisability of that. You can double up Derek. I understood bringing in the infield with Gardner up, but why is the infield up with Derek up? Don't you want to play for a double play?
Yeah, I would think you would be, but I think the main concern right now for Eric Wedge, a 4-run difference with a team that has been struggling offensively all year. And you just have to make sure that the ball is hit hard enough for a double play. Nunez probably their main concern right now at third base, making sure he doesn't score.
See, with the infield in, these guys here up the middle, still close enough. If that's a one-hopper at the shortstop or a hard hit ball to second base, they could possibly still turn 2. But you're also trying to hold that guy from third to try to make the ball go through. Yesterday, we remember Michael Nunez went on contact.
Yep.
He scored on the ball with the infield end. So, you know, this is Robbie Thompson's job. You see him over there talking to Nunez to say, hey, watch the ball go through, or you're going on contact. And obviously, ground ball, you're going because they're going to try to turn two.
Also, by bringing the infield in, and this is from the theater of the obvious, it makes it easier to get the ball through and get a base hit and keep the inning alive. There's not much lateral space for the shortstop and second baseman to go without it getting through. Runner goes. Ball again fouled away. If you just joined us, the reason it's only the bottom of the fourth inning at this time of night is because there's an hour and 57-minute rain delay at the start. And if you've been with us the whole time, we thank you for that. Runner goes again, and that one's punched to second. They're going to come home, and the throw gets past Olivo. Nunez will score. Gardner moves to third. Jeter goes to second. Yankees lead 6-1, and the Mariners are unraveling defensively.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's a bad decision, but I think Nunez is going on contact there, and I still think that, you know, you've got to take the out, obviously. Derek Jeter puts the ball in play. It's good to get Gardner in motion, but these are the things that happen. There's just no way when you move to your left as a second baseman, this ball actually hit the bat. Wow. I'll tell you, how many times have you seen that? You're a catcher, Flash. Have you ever seen that?
I've never seen that. And, you know, obviously there's no play on Nunez right there with the ball being wide, but I mean, it hit the bat. Now you have Derek at second.
Well, that's called a fielder's choice. There's an E4 on the throw, but Derek does get an RBI. And the E4 allows the other runners to move up. Infield again is in. This time they have to be. There's no double play in order, second and third. So the count 2-0 on Granderson.
You got to wonder what's going through Vargas's mind. I mean, he hasn't thrown the ball that bad this inning. Defense has let him down a little bit. It's tough when you give the good teams the extra outs. They usually take advantage, and the Yankees making the Mariners pay here in fourth.
That one is driven out to center field. Gutierrez is there. Tagging is Gardner, and he will score easily. The sac fly for Granderson. That's his 75th ribby. Yankees now lead 7-1, and the 75 ribbies is a new career high for Granderson.
There's got to be a few career highs before this year is over. I mean, again, things he's doing at the plate, and he's not real happy lately. I mean, he hit a home run the other day, but he came into the game at 1 for his last 11. So he's done so much throughout the year, and he's got some hot streaks left in him.
Here's Mark Teixeira. He started the scoring in the first inning with a long home run into the second deck and left. And 7 different Yankees have scored a run tonight. Only ones who have not plated runs, Cano and Swisher. They are both 0 for 2.
Different pitchers have trouble. You think it's always the long delay on the bench is always an issue to pitching?
No, I definitely think it's an issue. You know, you probably see Freddie Garcia run out there, maybe get a few more tosses in between innings if he can.
Hot shot, and that's past to diving Kennedy and down the left field line. Jeter scores. Teixeira will stay at first with an RBI single, and the hits just keep on coming. The Yankees lead 8-1.
That's the thing, when you give them extra outs, it also, you're making extra pitches, and you're getting tired, and you're trying to make perfect pitches. Balls are all fair. Everything that could possibly go wrong for the Seattle Mariners so far tonight has gone wrong. That ball hits the chalk.
Here's Robinson Cano as Vargas is set to throw his 30th pitch of the inning. There's a strike. Cano popped to short and grounded to short. Hitting .295. Freddie Garcia trying to stay loose.
You look what happened. It wasn't really physical errors that were the extra outs. They were kind of mental errors. Actually trying to make that perfect throw to home. You know, you got to take your out there. Justin Smoke kind of delayed, thought about going to second instead of getting the sure out at first. So, you know, the mental mistakes don't always show up. I mean, they didn't drop the ball, but I mean, those are the mistakes that Eric Wedge as a manager is going to explain to young players. I mean, you don't sit a young player down and explain, you know, that ball went through your legs. That's just a physical mistake. But the mental mistake's much different.
The 2-1. 2-1-2. Vargas 83 pitches, 2 outs into the 4th. The 2-2. Grounded up the middle. Ackley is there. And the throw in the dirt, but scooped up by Smoke, and that will do it. But the Yankees add 5 runs. A couple of errors by the Mariners help things out. We go to the top of the 5th, 8-1 Yanks. Later on, the Acela scoreboard, 8-1 Yankees. So the Yankees scored 5 runs in the 4th inning. 4 of them were unearned, not earned. And you see a Mariner team that seems lost out there, just absolutely lost. It has to be very frustrating for a guy like Eric Wedge. Check this out, the final out. There's a runner at first base. Here's a ground ball by Cano. Guys, explain this to me. Where's the shortstop going?
Don't ask me to explain it to you because I can't. Look,
he's not there.
Well, they expected the umpire to go over there. He had second on that play.
Swing and a miss by Carp. And the out is made at first to put up. So it's a strikeout 2-3.
Well, you know what, and I know that man personally, played with him in the minor leagues. He is going to pay attention the rest of this game to see how the at-bats are and what some of his players are going to do. I mean, obviously that inning did not go well, the fourth inning, but that at-bat right there from Karp, not a very good at-bat. And he was preaching today about toughness. He said, my team just has to get tougher, find a way to grind out some wins. He's going to be paying attention the second half of this game.
Here's Justin Smoke. He was the main return for Seattle when they traded Cliff Lee to the Rangers last year. And he was supposedly untouchable, but again, when you can get a pitcher like Cliff Lee, somebody goes from untouchable to touchable. And the Yankees and the Texas Rangers were right there. The Yankees thought they had a deal for Cliff Lee. And then it fell apart, and the Mariners asked for more. The Yankees said no, and the Rangers slipped in and got Lee. And that probably got them to the World Series and kept the Yankees from going there for the second straight year. There's a ground ball to second, and Smoke is out. Follow the New York Yankees with the MLB.com @11 app for your iPhone, iPad, Android, or BlackBerry. Get live audio, pitch-by-pitch tracking, video highlights, and more. Text at BAT to 31826 or visit Yankees.com for details.
What he's doing right now? Michael, this doesn't bode too well. Listen to this stat. Talk about the stats.
Right.
Seattle is 8-35 when it's 70 degrees or higher. How's that looking for the rest of July and August? What do we do with that one?
I guess their home games they got a chance. It's always cool in Seattle.
Yeah, if they play under the roof, it's like 72, isn't it?
That's right. It's too hot. Gutierrez chops one to third. They didn't put together tough at bats right there as they go down meekly 1-2-3 on just 8 pitches. At the end of 4.5, we're halfway through. Yankees lead the Mariners 8-1. Music and computer world, and by Toyota, the official hybrid of the New York Yankees. Well, we go to the bottom of the 5th inning. The Yankees batted around in the 4th and kind of blew this game open. The Acela scoreboard shows the Yankees up 8-1, 8-7-0, leading 1-3-2. And there's a new pitcher for Seattle. It's Chris Ray. He used to be the closer for the Orioles. 27 games, 29 hits in 28 2/3 innings, 20 strikeouts and 10 walks. Nick Swisher will start it off. down 1-0. Nick is grounded to short and struck out. There's a base hit up the middle.
Nick Swisher been swinging the bat pretty well as of late. Drives another one up the middle, another base hit. You know, Michael, you gave us that weather report. Bottom of the 5th now, so you've got a game in, which is very important. I mean, there were actually rumors during the rain delay. You know, some people say, hey, maybe a doubleheader tomorrow, and I think that's the last thing that the Yankees want to do when they got a doubleheader on Saturday. So get through this 5th inning, or it's a good thing.
You know, Joe said this a lot. The Yankees have some doubleheaders down the stretch because of all the rainouts. That doubleheaders, A, and this is obvious, they eat your pitching staff up. And B, Yankees are a veteran team, and it's hard for a veteran team to play 2 games in one day. It wears you out. The 0-1. Outside 1-1.
Paul, I'm sitting here and watching these at bats. What, in the Mariners, 8 pitches, 3 outs in the 5th inning. Just kind of, you hate to say they gave away at bats, but you've talked about this before. How valuable a major league at bat is, and you watch both sides right here. I mean, it's just the Yankees, the intensity on Nick Swisher's face. Russell Martin just grinding out at bats.
Now, there's only so much a manager could do. Is it then incumbent upon the veterans on the Mariners to get to these guys?
Well, you look at the Mariners or the veterans as somebody that should put together. That's all they know. Should put together good at bats, and you look at it as the youngsters just trying to make an impression to be here. So as a manager, you're over there thinking somebody's got to show up here.
And is it Ichiro? 37 years old. He's been in baseball, or at least the States, 11 years. Is it him? Is he that type of guy? Sometimes you could have older players that aren't leaders like that.
You know, to me, Ichiro's a guy that really leads by just going out and playing every single day and playing hard. And I would never, ever say that he look at his numbers from the past year. He played as hard as anybody. I mean, in the outfield, at the plate, didn't give away at bats. But he's going through struggles he's never gone through before this year. So a lot of things going on. I'll tell you what I used to do, Michael. You know, right when I retired, I went into coaching the third grade basketball team.
Right.
And we were down like 20-2 at the first quarter. You call your boys in, they're all frustrated, the third graders, and you say, guys, now we're going to try to win the second quarter, all right? We're going to forget about the first. And it's, I say that jokingly, but it's almost like, all right, let's try to win this inning or try to win the second. Bring some kind of positive thing toward the end of this game just to get into tomorrow. And those speeches would go over so well to the fourth graders, except for one kid, Michael. Who do you think that was?
That was your son.
That was my son. He'd say, Dad, we're getting beat by 20. The speech doesn't mean anything.
And Andrew Jones works a walk. It is amazing to me, being around the Yankees all these years, and when they started to turn things around, 93, right around there where the tide started to turn. And the players change, the managers have changed, but they never give away at bats, no matter what the situation is. If they're blowing somebody out or getting blown out, every at bat, they treat it like you did, Paul, like it was gold. I don't think you'd ever have an inning like that, eight pitch inning just then.
Yeah, those pitches, I mean, it makes it so easy. I mean, you got to be looking back at your catching days. It makes it so easy on the pitcher to have a couple of those quick innings, 7, 8 pitches, and before you know it, you're back in the dugout.
The 1-0. There's the strike.
Michael. It was so difficult coming in here and playing against some of those teams that Paul was on when you knew your team was short. You knew you had to play a perfect game to try to beat the Yankees. And then when you give away extra outs or you don't execute plays, you almost just feel that this is where it's going to change. You feel it happening during a ball game. Like I said, Eric Wedd's trying to develop a toughness on his club. See if they can play hard the rest of the way.
That one's in the dirt, and Andrew Jones advances to second.
Ray's got a hard slider. See, Olivo does a good job getting the glove in front of it. Again, good base running by Andrew Jones. Reads the ball in the dirt. Second base easily.
Now, tell me, Flash, you're going through a tough time here. It's 8-1. If Andrew Jones would have stolen that base, really would have frustrated you. How about that play there?
I have no problem with that. Nothing.
Line drive to right. Ichiro runs it down, and that'll do it. No runs a hit, and one man left. Freddie Garcia has been dealing. He's allowed just 3 hits and 1 run through 5. And as he goes to the 6th, he's up by 7. And he is looking to pick up his 9th win. (8-1) Yankees lead. Hallman leads off against Freddie Garcia, who drops a breaking ball over the outside corner for strike. 8-0 leading 1-3-2. Hallman fouled out to Nunez in the 3rd.
We watch Freddie Garcia here with a 7-run lead, not changing his game plan. First pitch breaking ball for a strike. Time to see a young pitcher in a big lead to start pumping fastballs. So the opposing team right back in, and not Freddie Garcia.
Greg Hallman actually speaks 4 languages fluently.
I was just going to ask you, what is papiamento?
It's kind of a melange of Dutch, Spanish, and English, which are the other 3 languages. But I think Hensley Mullins used to also speak papiamento. And he's now the batting coach for the world champion Giants as Hallman goes down swinging. Here's Ichiro. Ichiro's hitting .267. And this is the lowest batting average through 100 games that he's ever had. It's the first time in his major league career that his batting average has been below 300 at this point in the season. And it's going to go lower as a ground ball to Teixeira. He beats Ichiro to the bag. 2-away.
See, I mean, like I said, this is something that he's never been through. A team doing these things personally, things he's doing on the field. So a very strange year for Ichiro also.
Mariners have 61 games remaining, and he needs 88 hits to extend his major league record streak of 10 consecutive 200-hit seasons. Now, is that doable? Well, he's had as many as 123 hits over a 61-game span in his career. So he can't do it.
What is that, Michael?
Is that real? They like airbrush that in there.
They did airbrush that. He has a mustache right now. If you look at his mustache up at the plate, he looks like he could actually do the WB Mason commercial.
That's right. More so on the big screen. All you got to do is curl that thing a little bit. Got a couple of curls here.
I'm sorry, they had to show the play. Popped up the Cano, and that'll do it. As again, the Mariners go down in order 1, 2, 3, and again they do it in 8 pitches. They're going to get O'Neill out of here early. 8-1, Yankees lead. Do you think Ichiro will have more than or fewer than 3,000 hits in his major league career? You've been texting us at 58772, and here's the results. Close, but 52% think he will get to 3,000. The next two will probably be Johnny Damon and Alex Rodriguez. There's a strike. RBI single for Gardner's last time up. He was 1 for 2. Serve down the left field line. It's a base hit. It'll go into the corner. Playing it out there is Hallman, and it's a double, leading off for Brett Gardner.
It's good to see. Brett Gardner last time up against the left, he pulled the ball. This time up, you see that ball tailing away, drives it to left field. Start covering the whole plate. Yeah. You give yourself a chance to get a hit every single time up. That was real close right there. That ball gets by him, and that's inside the Parker.
Here's Derek Jeter, 1 for 3, a solo home run in the 3rd inning.
Paul. I know these fields drain so well right now, but an outfielder on a play like that on a wet night when it rained earlier, you kind of go into the corner a little gingerly, making sure you have your footing.
Yeah, I mean, this stuff is hard.
Yeah.
Much harder than the old stadium where, it did get muddy. But you see, this is starting to dry out already. But, the toughest play in Yankee Stadium, the old one and the new one, is right down there in the corner because there's no room.
Jeter hits one to Ackley, and they make the play for the first out as Gardner advances to third. Well, tomorrow the Yankees and the Mariners square off in Game 2 of this series, and Yes is there with extended coverage. It all starts at 6:30 with the Tri-State Ford pregame. Then after the final out on My 9, switch back here for Yankees extra innings. And Wednesday, we've got complete game coverage starting at noon only on Yes. And Wednesday, King Felix will pitch against Phil Hughes. Infield is in. All right, let me ask you guys a question. That's the proper move in a close game. Did he try to do that?
It certainly looked that way to me, and I love that. I mean, a 7-run lead.
Really?
Yeah, sure. I mean, what's winning baseball? Moving runners over. Even it doesn't matter what the scoreboard says. That's what you're trained to do. I think he did it on purpose, or that was his approach.
Well, I think his approach is to the right side anyway. And,
yeah.
As a hitter, if you're trying to take the ball over, you're going to get him over anyway. I would think that Joe Girardi would, at this point in time, say hit away. But you're so stuck in what you do in certain situations, you just do it. Did you see that thermometer over there in that foul ball flash?
I missed that.
We're going to get a shot here in a minute. I know our cameraman's good. I'll show you the difference. Because I think it said about 75, 80 degrees. That thing was at 120 on Friday.
On the field.
Yeah. See that?
So it's 70.
It was all the way up here. See what you missed while you were gone?
Well, you know what? I got to admit, I was a little disappointed today. I get a text from Michael Kay saying that we're wearing suits now instead of the casual attire.
That's right. I got sick of looking at Tommy Bahama on Michael's back. I wanted to see a suit and tie on.
That's a shot. Bottom of the sixth.
I really think it comes down to this, John. He really likes the way he looks in the suit.
Yeah,
so
right.
he's the one who changed gears.
You know what? I tell you one thing. Cincinnati, Ohio, you don't wear suits. Doesn't matter where you go.
The 1-2. Inside 2-2.
I was trying to butter Michael up. You know what? Yesterday, Michael invited me to the terrace. The terrace. His terrace. But I still believe that it was all. Then he acts like he's all offended that I didn't show up. He's got dinner on his iPad to show me what I missed.
High fly ball center field. That's going to get in a run for Granderson. Gutierrez settles underneath it. Tagging is Gardner. He'll score easily. He can walk home. And the Yankees lead 9-1. And that's Granderson's 22nd multi-RBI game of the season.
You do certain things, Flash. You talked about it. You get him over with Granderson in that situation. You still do the same thing. You get him in. You hit a fly ball.
So what did you miss for dinner?
Well, then it became dessert. And then are you coming? I think he's got a GPS on it because he always asks when I'm coming. I'm in the middle of dessert at a restaurant. If he'd asked me 20 minutes or so, sure, I'd be on my way.
And far be it for you to actually have 2 desserts because you never overeat. One's foul back.
And Neville, I showed Neville the text, and she's like, well, you just can't show up like that. Jody probably doesn't even know you're coming over.
Jody sat and wept. She was so sad that you guys didn't come over.
Yeah.
And by the way, the people that work in the building, they listen to the game.
They thought I was coming.
Is Paul coming tonight? No, he's not. He's lying. Fly ball, left field. Howman is there, and that will do it. So the Yankees put another run on the board on 1 hit. Nobody left on base. We go to the 7th. Yankees lead the Mariners 9-1.
I mean, let's just take an example of this last start. Price versus Freddie, you know, and Freddie shut him down. I mean, Freddie has had the ability all year long to find a way to get out of jams, to make the big pitches when he has to. Everyone's going to give up base runners. It's what you do when those base runners are on that usually make or break you as a pitcher. And Freddie has been excellent. I don't know how you could ask any more from him.
Now he's gotten another good performance out of Garcia. Garcia's given the Yankees much more than they could have expected when they signed him during the offseason. And he's given up 1 run over 6 innings. He's leading 9-1. And if he holds on, he'll be 9-7 on the season. Here's Dustin Ackley. Swinging at the first pitch, pops it up. Russell Martin is there, and there's one away. 1 pitch, 1 out. How about these stats? As you see the Cadillac scoreboard, 9-1 Yankees lead. Freddie Garcia, from 2006 through last year, you combine all of those ERAs, his ERA was 4.69. With 1 out here in the 7th inning, his ERA is 3.11. So when we say he's exceeded what the Yankees thought, now, maybe they thought he could be 9-7, but nobody thought he could be a 3.11. He hasn't been a 3.11 ERA in years since he hurt his arm. So he's exceeding expectations by leaps and bounds. And again, this is a 3.11 ERA pitching in the American League East. Line drive caught by Nunez for the 2nd out. And the third base umpire, Brian Knight, said that was a fair ball.
Olivo hits this ball pretty good. He's out in front a little bit. You see the hook on it diving away from Nunez. A nice athletic play in foul territory. We talked about it before the game that this would probably be a pretty good matchup for Freddie Garcia, a Seattle team that's young, struggling offensively, and getting a little help from his defense.
Here's Adam Kennedy.
See Adam Kennedy knowing there's been 3 pitches in this inning. You've got to take a pitch, as much as Freddie Garcia knows it too. He just lays one right in there. It's a frustrating thing to be a hitter and know that you've got to take pitches, but you can't let the guy get through an inning with 4 or 5 pitches again.
Check out the pitches by inning. Starting in the 4th, single-digit pitches. Did the Mariners give up? Fly ball, right center field. Diving try for Jones, and he can't make the play as Kennedy reaches. So a single for Kennedy.
Ball off the end of the bat. Andrew Jones, I think there was a split second where it was in between Granderson and Andrew Jones, and all of a sudden Andrew Jones kind of lost a half a step going after it. Good effort. Didn't quite get to it. Ouch. See that neck snap back? It was always funny when you dove for a ball. You didn't really realize it when you were, loose and stuff. But the next day you'd wake up and your neck and back would be all stiff, and then you remember how you dove for that ball. You see how you kind of get a little whiplash there. See Andrew Jones talking. He might have lost that ball. I thought it was in between. Might have lost that ball in the lights for a step.
1-0 to Carp. That single broke a streak of 10 straight Mariners retired by Garcia.
I'm interested to see this pitch right here. I mean, it's a 2-0 count with 2 outs. You have an 8-run lead. Is Freddie Garcia just going to say, here you go, here's a fastball away, let's see what you can do?
Yeah, his fastball's got sink to it, so you just go throw a sinker. The most you're going to do is hit a single.
That's what he does, hits a single.
Sinker, single.
So Carp with a single. Runners on first and second, 2 outs. Time for the game summary, brought to you by your local Nissan dealer. Yankees leading the Mariners 9-1. Yankees 9-9-0. The Mariners 1-5-2. And the story of this game, Freddie Garcia. And the Yankees got some offense as well. Teixeira 2-run home run, 3 ribbies. Jeter a solo home run, 2 ribbies. And Gardner double RBI And 2 runs scored. Why'd you circle the 2, Paul?
We talked about that. If the Yankees scored early, it was going to be very difficult for the Mariners to get into this game. And before we even got it out of our mouth, Mark Teixeira hits a 2-run homer in the first inning. And it's just like, you know, it took all the wind out of the Seattle Mariners.
Count 1-1 on Justin Smoke. There's a strike. Now 1-2.
See the numbers on Smoke: 12 home runs, 43 RBIs. I was out in Seattle last year when he came over in the trade. Had a real long swing, had a little trouble in the big leagues, had to go back down. Got off to a nice start this year. Slowing down a little bit lately.
David Pauly warming up.
What guys do with hittable pitches. That was a hittable pitch. A good pitch to hit. Kind of a slider that just hung over the middle of the plate, inner half. You can't foul those pitches off if you're a good hitter, because sooner or later, Freddie, now he's in a count where he can use a split finger.
Count 2-2.
It's amazing when you're around major league hitters, you know, day in and day out. You're just used to seeing that simple short swing with bat speed, and then a kid comes up from the minor leagues and it's just kind of a little bit long and slower, and it really jumps out at you. It's so noticeable. I'm sure he made some adjustments in the offseason.
Two balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, 2 on. The pitch. Hot shot through for a base hit. Adam Kennedy rounds third. He'll head home. The throw comes into second as Clark goes to third. RBI single for Smoke, his 44th ribby, and the Yankees lead 9-2.
Now you talk about pitches missing. This ball missed twice. It missed out over the plate, and it didn't have the sink, so it was up and out over the plate. So if you think about it, Freddie, he hasn't missed with much tonight. He missed twice there because he didn't get the ball in, and he also kept it up in the zone.
I'm sure the scouting report says, hey, you can beat him inside. I mean, it's a place to go. Like you said, he missed with location over the middle of the plate.
There's Gutierrez.
You know, most pitchers, and I don't know if you noticed that, Flash, he's holding the ball, his fingertips on no seam.
No seam, yeah.
That's how he throws his sinker. Most sinker ball guys will hold the 2 seams and get that final release and kind of sink the ball, but Freddie's got nothing on any seam.
High fly ball, deep center. Backing up is Granderson, and he'll make the play for the final out. Mariners get a run on 3 hits, no errors, and 2 men left at the end of 6 1/2. It's time for the 7th inning stretch. But we're going to stay right here as we honor America in the Bronx.
Please rise. Offer a moment of silent prayer as we remember the servicemen and women who are serving our country at home and around the globe. Thank you. Now join in Kate Smith's rendition of God Bless America.
in-game box score brought to you by our good friends at McDonald's. A lot of hits in there. Robinson Cano and Russell Martin on the outside looking in hit-wise. But Russell Martin has scored a run. You got a home run by Jeter, his 4th of the year. You got Teixeira's 27th. A long 2-run shot. That was in the first inning. 2 hits for Brett Gardner. Everybody's getting involved. So the Yankees have done their job offensively as we go to the bottom of the 7th inning. New pitcher for Seattle as Eric Wedge makes the call to the bullpen. Brought to you by AT Will be the 3rd pitcher for Eric Wedge, and this one is David Pauly, another right-hander. Pauly's had a good season. 38 games, 5-4, 2.06. Way less than an inning, a hit per inning. And he'll deal to Cano. Cadillac scoreboard, Yankees lead 9-2.
Remember David Pauly when he first came up with the Boston Red Sox? Not a hard thrower, used to be a starting pitcher.
High fly ball down the left field line. Howman is there, and he makes the play for the first out. $44,365 here at the stadium. Many have exited, but boy, a lot of them stayed right through the close to 2-hour rain delay and until this game kind of got out of hand. Here's Nick Swisher. Singled his last time up, 1 for 3. Pauly deals. A strike. Count 0-2. I think the bat got the home plate umpire, Jerry Lane. And Nick Swisher promptly apologized.
He's going to get a little more stick on the bat now. Piece of a levo too, I think. Yeah, got the shin guard. Jerry Lane, the only umpire who's ever thrown me out of a major league game.
Now, what did you do, John? Because I can't picture you being confrontational like that.
San Diego, play at the plate. It was a bang-bang play. Could have went either way.
Right.
Big part of the ball game. So obviously the call did not go our way, and I kind of walked out, probably out into the grass here, and tried to compose myself and maybe said a few words, under my breath to myself, not happy. And as I went back behind the plate, Jerry Lane came in front, took out his little brush and started brushing off home plate and took his mask off and looked me right in my eyes and said, "Do you have anything else you want to say?" And I took my mask off and stood up and said, "You know what? This could have been all over, but now 40,000 people here at Jack Murphy Stadium think that you're saying something to me, so I got to get up and get in your face," which I did. So we went at it. He threw me out of the game.
See, he baited you.
He did. See, that's what I thought.
He baited you, and he drew a line in the sand. He had to cross it.
And now here is the interesting thing, because I'm sure that you've gotten thrown out of plenty of games and been fine.
Yeah, but I stopped right when you said I got all my thoughts together and everything. See, I didn't get to that point. I usually was gone before I even got my thoughts together.
Now, would you get fined? Would the league fine you?
Oh, I think it's automatic.
See, but that's what I thought. But I got thrown out and never heard a word from the league. So I actually think that Jerry Lane might have
felt bad and didn't even write it up.
Thought about it and didn't even write it up.
See, the umps, when they threw me out, they didn't feel bad, and they just wrote it up immediately, because I usually got it the next day.
Why don't we get you to interview Jerry Lane for the second segment tomorrow? That's a great
idea. Actually, after that whole episode, Jerry and I got along fantastic.
Most of them get over it quick.
Foul ball. Most of the umpires could not have really liked you, Paul. Right?
You know what? You say that jokingly. Most of them do, and most of them I still talk to when I see them in the hall. But I mean, there's just certain. I've said it over and over. It's just like life, Mike. Some of them you like, some of them you don't. It's just the way it is.
Popped up, shallow right, coming on Ichiro. He's there, and that'll do it. Yankees go down in order 1, 2, 3. We have 7 in the books here at the stadium. Yankees lead Seattle 9-2 right here on Yes. Not too many hits in there. A double for Dustin Ackley. Adam Kennedy picked up a single and a run. Mike Karp also had a hit. Justin Smoke with 2 against Freddie Garcia, also a ribby and a run scored. Ichiro has a sac fly, and Franklin Gutierrez with a single. Garcia's still in there. The Yankees have a couple of changes, as they have a new third baseman. You see him right there. That's Brandon Laird. And Hallman fouls it back. And Eduardo Nunez goes from third to second, so Cano gets the rest of the night off. Hyundai scoreboard 9-2, Yanks lead. Garcia is pitching so well that he could be giving the Yankees a much-needed day off out of the bullpen. Robertson has thrown 55 pitches the last 2 days, and Mo had to get 4 outs yesterday. Swing and a miss in the dirt. Martin gets an angle, and the put out is 2-3. So a strikeout for Hallman.
Michael, I don't know if you noticed, we've had 2 successful proposals tonight. Last inning, we had another "Will you marry me" on the big screen, and you got to have some guts to do that. Put it on the big. What if she says no in front of 50,000 people? It's
always a gamble.
Huh?
It's a huge gamble.
You're throwing yourself out there.
Right. I did it on the beach at like 11 o'clock at night. Nobody was there. If Jody said
Only
no,
the moon.
I'm walking
Only
into
the
the
moon
water.
knew, huh?
Only the moon. Here's Ichiro.
Hey.
There's a strike.
I think you had a better chance on the beach, though. Huh?
Than on the big board? Line drive, there's a base hit. So Ichiro picks up his first base hit of the night. He's 1 for 4. This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the New York Yankees and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the New York Yankees. Where'd you get engaged, O'Neill?
On the phone.
What?
Yeah, my kids still say, what am I going to do? I figured it out. I wanted to marry Neville, and I'm in the minor league. She's at home, and so I asked her on the phone.
You couldn't wait till you saw her?
Well, I talked to her father on the phone first.
That one is hammered inside the third base bag and down the left field line. Ichiro is going to be waved home. There could be a play. Nope, he overthrew the cutoff man, Gardner did, and Ichiro scores on the double by Ryan.
Back-to-back hits. You see a fastball in, and Ryan takes care of it, drilling it down the left field line. Ichiro scoring all the way from first. I mean, you're down a lot in this game. You got to 100% make sure that he's going to score easily. If this cutoff is executed properly, there might be a play at home plate. The overthrow at Derek Jeter doesn't allow that.
All right, now we have to ask you, John. You and Lynn, where'd you get engaged?
We went out to dinner at a restaurant in Westchester and Dobbs Ferry, and I think it's changed names now, but I knew I was going to ask her at some point during that night, and we walk in there, and there's a huge fireplace, like a waiting area. I just said, you know what, no better time than the present. Got down on the knee and did it right there.
You went on the knee?
On the knee in the fireplace.
I feel like such a schmuck now.
I think the chart house. Well, I was going to say.
This is back when you had to like accept collect calls and stuff. I had to call collect. I didn't have like a number that you could call back then.
Oh my goodness.
You know what? I got to tell you what. She's making you pay for it to this day. Now, did you at least get down on the knee while you were on the phone?
Yeah, I was on the knee on the phone, Michael.
And she quickly said yes?
Yes, she did say yes.
Count 2-1.
Yes, I'll accept the charges, and yes, I'll marry you.
Exactly. That's what I asked. Was that a yes for the charges, or will you accept this ring that I can't afford? What happens when you get married when you're 21, Mike?
I guess. Now, John, I got some bad news for you about the fact that you didn't get fined when you got ejected. Luka Kuza, visiting clubhouse guy here at the stadium, one of the greats of the game.
Yeah, he is.
Just sent up word there is no statute of limitations. You're going to be getting your letter in the next day or so from MLB.
And they every year they go up a little bit, so it might cost you more than it would have.
With interest.
Well, you've got a friend in Joe Torre in the Major League Baseball office. He could supersede that.
Get his number from Paul.
Tell you what, that's a good number to have. If you need anything in life, you just call Skip. Yeah.
The 3-2. And Ackley ends up walking. Hey, got another game tomorrow. Tomorrow's starting pitchers brought to you by Verizon Fios. Visit us online at verizon.com/getFios to get the best deals on Fios. Doug Fister, 3-11 with a good ERA against CC Sabathia, 14-5 with a 2.62. Our coverage will begin at 6:30 p.m. That's on Yes. And the game is at 7 with the first pitch around 7:07 on My 9. And Larry Rothschild trying to settle down Freddie Garcia, who's been so good tonight. Double-barreled action. Corey Wade and Boone Logan. Hey, you can vote along with us for tonight's Chevy part of the game. Text your vote to 58772 or vote online at yesnetwork.com. Tonight's candidates are number 1, Mark Teixeira, number 2, Derek Jeter, number 3, Curtis Granderson, and number 4, Freddie Garcia. You can vote now. Make your voice heard. Standard text messaging rates apply. Here's Miguel Olivo. Popped up behind the plate and out of play.
You know, Flash, it's this time of the game that you kind of look and think, 9-3 lead. Freddie Garcia has been in control pretty much all day. What has he done to, what has he had? And basically, if you look at it, it's just he's been able to throw his fastball and his his split finger for strikes, and Seattle's done the rest.
And I think expanding the zone, just letting a young team swing at some splits out of the zone.
High fly ball, left field. It's in the park. Gardner is there. He's going to make the catch. Tagging is Ryan. Both runners tag, but they go back as the throw comes into third. 2 away. And that's going to do it for Garcia. So he gives the Yankees 7 2/3.
See this ball out, kind of a hanger. Lever missed it. You know, this is, if you watch the end of this play, and we're going to go to Freddie Garcia, did a great job, and you just saw Oliva walking in. Freddie deserves a good game.
We'll see Olivo's reaction when we return as the Yankees go to the bullpen. Adam Kennedy's coming up. Yankees lead 9-3. Nation post-game as Bob Lorenz and Jack Curry break down all the big plays from this matchup and get the latest from around baseball. Plus, Joe Girardi's press conference, and Kimberly Jones is going to talk to the team in the clubhouse. It's all later on the post-game, and it's only on Yes. Here's what you were talking about, Paul, after Olivo just missed
I know.
it.
I mean, Flesh, you've been there, I've been there. Very frustrating to make an out on a pitch you should have hit. But, I mean, this is what you see for the team that's just used to losing. And if you're the manager, can you have your fourth hitter walking back to the dugout like that? It just shows you how down and out this team is.
They're on the verge of losing their 16th straight game. So Boone Logan comes on to face Adam Kennedy. Those are Logan's numbers. The reason Kennedy is playing third is Sean Figgins, the regular third baseman, has left the team for a personal family issue. And Figgins has been a huge disappointment for the Mariners, certainly not hitting anywhere close to what he used to hit with the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim.
They lost some playing time because of it, too.
Talk about a Yankee killer there for years. He was with the Angels.
The 0-1. 0-2. Kennedy's got good numbers. Representative, 252, 7 and 31.
He's a good guy to have on your team. Obviously, Paul talked about his second baseman coming up with the Angels, now playing a little bit of third. Good low ball hitter from the left side.
And he swings at the breaking ball, and Boone Logan comes on and does his job. Mariners 1 run, 2 hits, 2 men left. We'll go to the bottom of the 8th. Yankees 9, Seattle 3, right here on Yes. inning, and on the Hyundai scoreboard, it's 9-3 Yankees, 9-9-0, leading 3-8-2.
The Rays have seen all too much of is the air. This is one of the worst fielding teams in all of baseball.
Andrew Jones will lead off for the Yankees, bottom third of the order. And David Pauly
in the American League, second only to the Cubs
is at the plate.
Sean Rodriguez, who had a base hit in the third.
And the pitch.
Scored a run.
There's a strike.
The game.
Count 0-1.
A ball and no strikes.
Andrew 1 for 2 with a walk and a run scored. And Pauly deals another strike. Doesn't Andrew always seem like he's smiling?
Yeah, and you know, now that you watch him at this age, you just know that's his personality. But you know, when he hits 2 home runs off you in the first inning of the World Series, when he was 18 or 19, something like that, it used to kind of irritate you.
Ground ball at third, and they get Jones for the first out. And that's going to bring up Eduardo Nunez.
Flash, I don't know that you ever saw, and Michael and I were talking a lot about Andrew yesterday on how good a center fielder he was in his younger days with the Atlanta Braves.
Just gliding after baseball.
Well, he used to play real shallow on almost dare you to hit it over his head, and he would run it down on a Gold Glove center fielder.
There's a strike to Nunez.
Still doing a lot of talking in the dugout about the pitcher, right? About Pauly throwing across his body a little bit. Andrew Jones talking to Kevin Long, the hitting instructor. See why Pauly's effective, having a good year. Kind of throws across his body a little bit.
Count 1-2. Good ERA, 2.01.
You talk about guys that have funny releases. He doesn't have really a funny release, but there's that quick snap, that quick release at the end, and it makes that breaking ball effective because as a hitter, you kind of jump with it, you know, at that quick delivery.
Served down the right field line. It is a base hit. It gets past Ichiro, and it goes to the wall as Nunez picks up his second hit of the night.
He's had a good game swinging the bat. Couple line drives to right field. Here's the motion. Throws a little bit across his body. Steps across. Makes it tough for a right-handed hitter. Nunez does a great job just staying on it, drilling it the other way. Evo wants a pitch inside. It ends up away. It's a nice approach.
Here's Brett Gardner. 2 hits, 2 for 3. And Nunez with his 11th multi-hit game of the year. Because you were so interested in it before, Paul, we did some research. There are about 100 Yankee Stadium proposals a year on the scoreboard. And rarely are there any cancellations. And Joey Pisanti voices all of the proposals.
The chances are pretty good, too. They say yes, huh? You're pretty sure.
Yeah, you can't do that unless you're sure. Well, you're the first person I've ever met, and I think John can admit it, that you proposed on the phone.
On the phone.
And it worked.
What if she accepted the charges? If she wouldn't have accepted the charges, it might not have happened. It's terrible.
Although I think that that's better than what the guy on the Dallas Cowboys did. He proposed in the mail.
What?
Sent the ring and proposed in the mail.
Yeah, see? Now it looks pretty good.
And then she said no, and then he wanted his ring back. She said, I lost it. But it eventually found its way back. Jeter is 1 for 4 tonight with 2 runs scored. Hit his 4th home run in the 3rd inning. We're in the bottom of the 8th. Hour and 57-minute rain delay at the start of the game. But for Freddie Garcia, it was worth the wait. He is on the verge of going 9-7. Hey, the unasked question is, how did Neville get the ring if the proposal was over the phone?
We picked it out. She came down later to Tampa to visit, and we picked it out in the mall. Like I said, she picked out a ring I couldn't afford. Hey, you're in minor leagues. You're making $700 a month. You can't throw a lot into a ring, right?
Did you at least upgrade over the years?
Oh, she's upgraded a few times. Yeah, yeah. I was in Tampa. I was with the Reds organization. I was one of the Tampa Tarpons.
That was when the Reds trained in Tampa.
Right, exactly. I was playing in the Florida State League. Remember A-ball flash?
Wait, I'm trying to think. You weren't even 20. How old were you?
21 years old. Yeah.
Now, is it true you guys met when you were 5?
Yeah, we used to carpool together to kindergarten. We live on the same street. I'm not making this stuff up. You can't make this stuff up. Huh?
It's a love story for the ages. It's our first Yes movie of the week. Here's the 1-2. That one is scorched to right field. It's a base hit. That'll go into the corner. Jeter's going to pick up a double. Maybe even more. The ball gets away from Ichiro, and Jeter's going for 3. He's got a stand-up triple, and the Yankees have a 10-3 lead.
You know, last time he was up, Flash, you said, you know, he just played the game. Well, it rolls into your next at-bat. You get a ball away, you stay with it, you drive it the other way. You know, Derek in the last few games has had some of the better swings. Ichiro's like, oh, here we go. Give me your ball. Let me throw you. Stand-up triple.
Three RBIs for Jeter today. His third 3-ribby game of the year. And 2 of those have come on this homestand.
Another extra base hit.
And Granderson lofts one to right field. Ichiro is there, and that will do it. But the Yankees get a run on 2 hits, no errors, and 1 man left. Last licks coming up for the Mariners. Yankees lead by 7. Volkswagen dealers, visit VWDealer.com. By the HP touchpad, everybody on. And by Grey Goose, the world's best tasting vodka. Right to the end. for that little guy. Good for him.
In summer grades, you don't have to worry about getting up and going to school. You stay all night here at the Yankee Stadium.
Pitch to Carp is a strike. Yankees lead 10-3. Chris Dickerson is taking over in right field for Andrew Jones. Count 0-2. Carp 1 for 3 tonight. Game delayed at the start, an hour and 57 minutes. Yankees in the first inning, a long 2-run home run by Teixeira. Then Jeter, a solo home run in the third, as Carp goes down swinging. But the game got out of hand in the fourth inning. 5 runs, 4 of them unearned, and the Yankees never looked back. It's time for the GE Capital Partner Play. Great partnerships are built on trust. At GE Capital, we prove that every day.
Martin does a nice job blocking the baseball. An accurate throw to Robinson Cano. A little short hop. And the defense helping out Freddie Garcia tonight. This played by Nunez, helping out Freddie Garcia.
Well, Joe Girardi with a 6-run lead is mixing and matching. Boone Logan strikes out the 2 batters he faces. By the way, it's 7 runs, so that's why. And he goes to get a right-hander. He actually did a really nice thing. He brought in Steve Garrison. This is his major league debut, so it might be a 10-3 lead. There might be 20,000 people in the ballpark, but for Steve Garrison, this means everything. 7 years in the minor leagues and a Trenton, New Jersey native, and he's making his major league debut, so good for him. And that's what he did at AA Trenton this season, 6.26 ERA. And Garrison will probably be the pitcher sent down when Soriano is activated. So he is facing Justin Smoke. Pitch outside. Already this homestand, we saw Brandon Laird get his first big league at bat, first big league hit, first big league RBI. And now Garrison finally into a game after a long run in the minors. Line to left field. Gardner's there, and he gets his first big league out. Yankees cleaned Garrison off waivers from the Padres last September, and Garrison was a 10th round pick for Milwaukee in the 2005 draft.
See Garrison looking over, kind of smile and says, "I'll take it." You know, a ball hit right on the nose, but you know what? You come in, you're a little nervous. Any way you can get an out, you'll take it.
A little nervous.
Yeah.
I remember being a lot nervous.
See in your mouth that I'll take it.
Here's Gutierrez, and there's a strike. Joe Girardi said the other day when he was talking about Laird, you worked your whole life for this. Since you were a little kid, you picked up a ball for the first time, he said, and then we can never take this away from you. No matter how long you pitch or hit or play in the game, you're in the baseball encyclopedia forever now.
You know, you look at a surprise. I mean, all the things you talk about Seattle, I look at this guy at the plate, and I talk about surprises. I mean, this guy hit 280 last year with 18 home runs, a Gold Glover. Comes into the game hitting, what, 192? Just doesn't make sense to me. Came into the game hitting 192 with 1 home run.
And 1 for 3 tonight, up to 195.
This is a Gold Glove outfielder from last year. Hit 18 home runs and 280.
Garrison trying to close the game. The 1-2. Pitches inside, 2-2. The 2-2. Foul back. Last time Steve pitched was on September 15th against Reading. That's when he was with Trenton. So it's been 10 days off. And it's been a lifetime of waiting. I said September, I meant July, I'm sorry. It's been a lifetime of waiting for Garrison for this point. The 2-2. Fouled away.
I talked that nerves were probably a factor, but he looks pretty comfortable throwing the ball over the plate. Pretty decent slider.
Michael, you said it. I mean, it's really a neat thing what Joe Girardi did, because if Soriano comes up and he does go out, this might be his only opportunity to get in a major league game this
2-2.
year.
Driven out into right center. Dickerson is there, and that'll do it as the Yankees win this game 10-3. And Steve Garrison retires both batters that he faced. So a nice moment for him. A big win for the Yankees as they now go 20 games over 500 for the first time this year. Look at that smile as he gets a hug from Nick Swisher. Everybody knows. Everybody's been there. Everybody realizes what it means as the Yankees win 10-3. And you have to stick around for the post-game show to find out who's tonight's Chevy player of the game. So the delay of the game, an hour and 57 minutes, well, it's kind of offset by the fact that the Yankees made quick work of Seattle in this game. 2 hours and 36 minutes the game actually took. So very fast ball game. And the Yankees and the Mariners don't spend as long a time at the ballpark as they thought they would when the rain was falling at about 7 o'clock. So a lot of big hits for the Yankees. Freddie Garcia, another outstanding outing as he picks up his 9th victory of the year. And the Yankees will try for their 3rd win in a row tomorrow with CC Sabathia on the mound. So a lot of good things to talk about. Jeter's home run, Teixeira's a bomb in the first inning as he got his 27th. But Kim Jones is going to talk to Derek Jeter, and there he is with Kim. Hey, Kim.
Hey, Michael. Derek, this wasn't the prettiest game ever played, especially by the Mariners, but to go 20 games over 500 for the first time this season signifies what to you?
We were playing pretty well. You know, that's the bottom line. We have the important part of the season that's coming up, and, you know, we want this to continue. But I'm happy with how we pitched, how we played defense, and how we swung the bats today.
9th win for Freddie Garcia. Fair to say he's been more than you guys expected?
Well, I mean, we know how good Freddie is. We've faced him throughout the years, and he's been outstanding for us so far this year. And hopefully he continues. He's fun to play behind. He throws strikes. He works quick, and another good performance.
Home run, triple, and 3 RBIs for you. What's the key to sitting for 2 hours, coming out here and having the offensive outburst that you guys did?
I don't know. I don't know. You know, we have a lot of guys that have been working extremely hard, and it seems like now it's been paying off.
Right behind you, you just said hello to Daniel Trush. What does it mean for Hope Week? And it's kind of fitting you guys get a win as the Yankees begin their 3rd Hope Week.
This is fun. It's fun for the players. You know, we enjoy it. Hope Week, the last 2 years, you have guys signing up for all kind of events. The same thing this year. So it's fun for us. Probably more fun for us than it is for them to come here. And, you know, we enjoy hearing their stories.
Derek, thanks so much. Michael, back to you.
All right. Thank you, Derek, and thank you, Kim. So the Yankees win going away. They took a 2-0 lead in the first inning, and they never looked back. They built on that lead, and when it was all over, they beat the Mariners 10-3. Seattle has now lost 16 in a row. The Yankees have won 2 in a row. We'll be back to wrap things up.